Well, welcome ladies and teddy bears to the chill out zone. RAF Mildenhall, what up? Sounds like we've got flight of two F-35As from neighbouring RAF Lakenheath on approach for option, which will be potentially a low approach.
Roger, wind down 300 and 5.
You can just about see them, at least one of them anyway. Let's see what we're going to get. As you can see, it's a little bit sharp.
Anything VFR left turn to Delta approved. How's that one to go?
Well, a nice thundering start. Come here for heavies, get fighter jets. Oh, looks like we've got some A-10s. Look at this. they'd all gone. Well, there you go. I actually thought they all went, but there you go, there were 2 left, obviously. Well, let's see what's in the skies at the moment. We've got, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of, there are lots of heavies here already. And I know I'm one to exaggerate, yes, because a million is 4. But if we have a little look over here, there's a lot of visiting heavies just over here to my right. Got a C-17. KCs everywhere. Look at this. KC-135s. KC-46. Is that a peg? It looks like a Pegasus, doesn't it? Is that a peg? Yeah, it looks like a KC-46. Sorry, so much heat haze. Yeah, that's a KC-46. We've got a C-17. Loads of KC-135s, and of course the residents are back. The CV-22 Ospreys. It's nice to catch up, see what's going on at Mildenhall after a while. Been about a month actually, I think. See on my 180 SB, it looks like we've got a C-130 as well arriving, maybe in about 45 minutes or so, maybe less. We've also got, there might be some tasty exotics today, who knows? Who knows, we shall see. That's what it's all about. Welcome to the show, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and we've had everything but Mildenhall's aircraft at the moment. We've had, well, kind of cheating in the background though with the A-10s, but still, a catch is a catch, right? We've had 2 F-35s actually here on approach from Lakenheath. AWCU in their little, what was it, a Ford Fiesta van or something, doing a few checks, which is always a good sign. So welcome to the show, ladies, gents, steady bears. My name's Nick Boss. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. And RAF Mildenhall, a United States Air Force Base, with a variety of units and aircraft that operate here. It is, of course, home to the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, nicknamed the Bloody 100th, and that is the legacy that still lives on, flying the Square D, operating with just one of the 4 original squadrons that were once the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron, who were once the 351st Bomb Squadron of the 100th Bomb Group. It's also home to the 352nd Special Ops Wing. Their flying component are the 752nd Special Operations Group, and the squadrons are the 67th Special Operations Squadron. They operate 2 rotary aircraft. They operate the MC-130J Commando 2 and the C-146 Wolfhound. And the next are the bad boys and girls of the 7th Special Operations Squadron, who operate this, the CV-22 Osprey. We've also got a detachment of the 55th Wing from Offutt Air Force Base operating with their 95th Reconnaissance Squadron aircraft, various RC-135s. So, quite a variety really, when you think about it. Now we do have Usaf here, and we've also got the AFSOC, the Special Operations Command. Oh yes. So AFSOC is the Air Force Special Operations Command. They're not part of USAF. They're not part of the 3rd Air Force. They're a unit onto their own of AFSOC, which is a Special Ops Command. Oh yeah. So welcome to the show. LEJ Approach, Davey, Wibbs, Blue Lightning Bird, Lorenzo Lippi, Wibbs 74, Edward Coates, Mayhem Marshy, Davey, Fritz, Blocks, Derek A, F15. We had Alan Burden earlier, Francis Waite, Julie Beard, what up? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome. And we're here live from the Nook campsite. Ladies, gentlemen, teddy bears, a wonderful viewing area, a location located in the Nook campsite. Just a few comments about that. So first of all, do enjoy, if you want a caravan and camping location, this is it. This is the wonderful Nook campsite. Okay, now you don't have to be a patron to actually come and view, although it is a separate agenda. So to view aircraft here, so this is aka John's Field in the Nook campsite, there is a fee. It's £2 per person. That's £2 per person you pay on arrival, so please make sure that you do pay the fee. There are toilets provided, and there's also of course you can probably tell there's a chain link fence where you can just view happily, and there's also a trailer so you've got a bit of a raised platform, so with railings as well, so really good. There are opening and closing times for actual viewing. Okay, please adhere to the signs when you come in on approach. There are certain times of the year you can't gain entry if it's locked. These could be for out of hours reasons or in bad weather, so if the field becomes a bit waterlogged or any hazards occur, the viewing area will be closed off. So there used to be a few decades ago an official viewing area right by the main road. Actually, you can probably tell it looks like Lakenheath's aircraft viewing area. It used to be there, but it's not, unfortunately. But this is just as good. A real cool place. It's situated orientation wise at runway 28, runway 10 end, if you'd like, if you want to call it that. So you get the best of both worlds in some ways. So when they change runways, you can have a very different experience. Runway 28 in use today. So yeah, really good. I heard I haven't camped here, but I've heard some really good things price-wise, value for money, and I don't really know too much about all the ins and outs, how many pitches and prices, but I've heard good things about the prices, and I've heard it's a great place if you want to mix it up with aircraft viewing, especially here and Lakenheath, as it's only what, approximately 15 minutes away by vehicle. So really nice. How good is that? Now for spotters, there is actually a toilet for the spotters to use. I think it's trap 1, but just check on arrival. It's really good. But again, like always, please adhere to the good old housekeeping. Please take your litter home with you. Don't leave it here. Don't ruin it for anyone else. To my left, there's also a field. So when you come in, it's the field to the right. The one on the left, you can clearly see that it's a farmer's or agricultural land that's used and cultivated. Please do not go onto that. Thank you. I mean, £2 for all day. That's value, isn't it? So RAF Mildenhall, it's quite an old station. It opened in 1934 in October. First resident was 99 Squadron, that's right, 99, who fly the C-17 at Brize Norton. They came here with the Handley Page Hayford, but we'll go through all that a little bit later on with the history. I drove past Freckenham and West Row. I wish I'd stopped, but I keep meaning to do it, and maybe I'll go home that way. They've got wonderful village signs with, yes indeed, the Vickers Wellington bomber. Yes, Julie Beard, it is. It's always a nice chilled out vibe here. One of the most amazing things, which I know some of you would have noticed back in the 70s, 80s and 90s, something spectacular. Now, on its first visit in 74, I'm just going to show you this absolute beauty, because dominating the skies during World War II was indeed the Wellington, followed by the Lancaster, because it was a station that was dominated by number 3 group. But do you know what? Although only a brief visit, the SR-71 was the home for the SR-71 RAF Mildenhall. This is quite a spectacular number for those that know the history. But this SR-71 had its home here at Mildenhall, would you believe? Can you actually believe it? The distinguished career that it had with the operations of the United States Air Force. It was in December 1962 the Air Force ordered 6 of the reconnaissance strike aircraft. That's right, it was originally going to be called the RS-71, but the President decided to swap the numbers round and the letters and mispronounced it to SR-71, Would you correct the president? The answer would be probably no. So it stayed SR-71. It was a high-speed, high-altitude aircraft that could operate over hostile territory, especially after a nuclear attack. So again, for those who don't know, it was designated as a reconnaissance strike, RS, but of course, in history, when the president announced the aircraft, he said SR-71. Compared to the A-12, the SR-71, I think, is about 6 feet longer, weighed about 15,000 pounds more fully loaded, and had more prominent nose and body chines as well. A 2-seater cockpit. Did the CIA operate the A-12? Have I got that right? Because I don't know too much about that. But what I do know is that Det 4, Detachment 4, was established. The SR-71 reconnaissance operations, Mildenhall, were from 1976 in April to 1990. Prior to the Detachment 4, when it was established, the UK permission was actually required. So at the time, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, 5th of April 1982. And although, if you think about that date, Margaret Thatcher was already making decisions to destroy the Argentine fleet and take back the British islands of the Falklands. So although only a brief visit, first of all, the SR-71 Blackbird made its first trip to Mildenhall in September of 1974. The trip was actually from New York to London, took only 1 hour 55 minutes to cover 3,479.41 miles. Can you adamant believe that? To achieve this record, the SR-71 actually flew 3 times the speed of sound. And September the 13th in 1974, the SR-71 departed Mildenhall for a record-setting flight to LA. And the trip took 3 hours and 47 minutes and covered 5,446.86 miles. Within 5 years, both the SR-71 and the U-2 operated here at Mildenhall. So 1976, the European Tanker Task Force mission operated by the 306th Strategic Wing began, and it was under this concept that deployed the KC-135 Stratotankers at Mildenhall, which would rotate from the 2 other bases of Zaragoza in Spain and Hellinikon in Greece, or Hellinikon, as we say, to provide the refueling support. So April the 1st, 1978, the SR-71 returned to Mildenhall in order to operate from the base. Now this was a result of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, Detachment 4, moved to Mildenhall to oversee temp duty deployments of the U-2 and SR-71. While this was a return appearance for the SR-71, it was the first appearance for the U-2 here as well. So the U-2 moved to RAF Alconbury in February 1983, and April the 5th, 1982, almost a year before the U-2s left Mildenhall, the British government gave permission for 2 SR-71s to be permanently based at Mildenhall. If you know the serial numbers, do put them in. Until the departure of the SR-71, which happened on 18th of Jan 1990. This did become a symbol, and I know many of you old school spotters with your SLRs have wonderful pictures. This one's got a bit of a history. It's down way. The crew survived. Okay, they managed to eject safely, but this is buried in the Mariana Trench. I know. This is the one that's been buried. And I didn't know that until I realised, due to a BBC programme on the radio programme on the BBC radio, I was talking about the Mariana Trench. I know, pretty cool. It's buried there. How cool is that to see this here? So what I like, the connection is between that and the Vickers Wellington bomber, because they were the first to operate here in Britain. I know that the SR-71 operated first in America, I get that, but Mildenhall can claim that it saw it first here in the UK. Yeah, pretty amazing. When I was a kid, I've still got my book, this military aircraft book. Really amazing. But I used to love just looking at max speed and armament. I used to be obsessed. I mean, I was only, what, nine years old when I got this book. And I was fascinated by the speed of the SR-71, but I was a bit disappointed when I was a kid. I was like, oh, it hasn't got any armament. But as I got older, I realised that you know, it's max speed, which is just insane. Mach 3.3, which service ceiling of 85,000 feet is by no means requiring any armament. Absolutely amazing with its two Pratt & Whitney J58s afterburning turbojets. Empty weight was 67,500 as well, and just amazing. I think it had two types, the J and the K. Don't know if I've got that right. It was a JT11D 20, and it was either the J or the K. And I know, if I remember, one of them had 34,000 pounds of thrust, the other one about 32-ish, 32 and a bit, 32,480 or something. They were slightly different. I think one had the fixed inlet guide vanes, whereas the K had the two-position inlet guide vanes, which was, yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about it. I do need to go into a little bit more detail. All I know, the basics, it was rather long at 107 feet and 5 inches with a wingspan of 55 feet and 7 inches, which is about the length, just slightly over the length of an F-35. Pretty cool, huh? So keep an eye out on Herky 71, which is just over Brussels at the moment, so that looks good for here. I'm just going to go and grab my tea quickly. We'll see how long we can stay in this Certainly a warm one, Teddy. Getting attacked by bugs. Get some here safely. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Just awaiting the next movement. Haven't had any departures from Mildenhall just yet. Just the two F-35s on low approach. So I hope you're all good and well. So just gonna keep an eye on the skies.
352, just to verify, did you already put in a flight plan?
How we doing then, mate? I'm Marshy, Geo M6, Margot, MDK 312. How's it going? Hope you're all good and well. So we've got a few things going on the airfield at the moment. We've got the AWCU just doing a few checks. Got wing safety as well, that you'll probably spot in just a moment. Just doing their checks, making sure that the runway's all clear, it's safe, which can be a good sign as well. And I'll tell you what, I've just had a look over here. The building just next to the, I'll see if I can find it. The building here, it's an original building from the Second World War. I've got a really cool photo of these hangars that you can see here. Let me just go and get my book. I'll give you a really cool, if I've got it, that is, if I've got it. A big if, because I may not have it. I'll just double check if I've got it. I've showed you this one before, but for those that are feeling nostalgic, let's have a look at it. Yeah, there it is. So there's a photo of this from, I don't know what date, but it would be sort of 1938, 1939, and you can see the hangars there, and here, this is Mildenhall right here. Which is really remarkable if you think about it. So that there, this shot here, I've actually stood here because that's where the CV-22 Ospreys are. So if we try to orientate that, that's so cool, isn't it? Like a then and now, like literally, what a shot is that? You know, that is it just fascinates me that this is an original building, and I've managed to locate a photo to show you that with the Wellingtons going over. So although we, you know, we say we don't have CGI or anything, but it's nice to see that anyway. And the legendary OJ marked 149 squadron, which is absolutely remarkable. I just love that. You can still see the rail for the door railings there that opens the hangar, which is just amazing. So I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, isn't that just wonderful to even have that? So my guess is, yeah, so that's where the CV-22 Ospreys are today. Just an amazing then and now, isn't it? I just love stuff like that. I think that's quite an amazing thing to see, especially when you've got an original photo of it, which is quite remarkable, really. And you just love it, eh? So, nice and chilled. I've got that photo somewhere else in a Wellington book as well that shows that shot. I think it's of a slightly different angle or more of it. I'd like to think they've probably just enhanced it with colour. I think it could be that one. So if you just joined us, ladies, gents, lady bears, don't forget to hit the like button. Do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. But the thumbs up for now is all we need to do. Just give us a thumbs up. Let's all hit the like button, get this stream out there, because you never know, things could kick off. Do you know what? I've just noticed, actually, the CV-22 Osprey over here. I think I've seen one over there. Yeah, look at that. Hello. It's like trying to play hide and seek with the others, look. The Square D, the markings that still fly operationally with the 100th Air Refueling Wing. They are the only wing of the United States Air Force to fly a World War II marking. If you see any others, it's done through ceremonial reasons or an anniversary. The markings will always stay with the squadron. This is the thing. So, you know, the square, triangle and the circle and their designated letters for each of their bomb groups will always stay with them. It's just the 100th are recognized as flying the only World War II marking, which are applied to their KC-135s as well. So that's an amazing legacy, an amazing history, which dates back to when they were at Thorpe Abbott's in Diss, which marks the friendly invasion, as it's also dubbed. It's pretty spectacular, really. The friendly invasion, as it's dubbed, because during the Second World War, East Anglia literally became home to thousands of personnel from the United States Army Air Forces. Dubbed the Mighty 8th, as the 8th Air Force was known, arrived in the area in 1942. There were other US airmen, unofficial, that made their way in 1940. 250 or so left their country, broke the law, and joined another Air Force, which was deemed against the law. That's right, I've told you the story before. The Eagle squadrons were formed, 3 squadrons, and their legacy still lives on today at Seymour Johnson with the 4th Fighter Group, which 4th Fighter Group, I think they were allocated to the 2nd Air Division as a fighter group of the 8th Air Force. Each division had their own fighter groups to look after them, or fighter wings to look after them. At any one point, there was about 50,000 United States Army Air Force personnel stationed within a 30-mile radius of Norwich. As well, the 2nd Air Division, as we mentioned, as we said, the 4th Fighter Group, their squadrons were changed. They had a bit of a problem when the Mighty 8th arrived, if you know what I mean. And obviously they were, you know, they were Royal Air Force squadrons named the Eagle Squadrons. They were pardoned. There was only 4 of the original 250 airmen that made it from the original, but they wanted to stick together. They were going to be separated because they were the most experienced, and it's interesting because the 4th Fighter Group had the most experience and the most kill aerial victories. It's amazing. They wanted to split them up, but they said no. I see where the 8th were coming from. They were thinking, well, with your experience, can we not, you know, can we not spread that out, you know, give it? And they said no. They refused, and they were allowed to wear their Eagle Squadron badge or insignia, shall I say, on their uniform, on their United States Army Air Force uniform. It's quite a spectacular story, and if you want to know more, I've actually covered it through a Lost Airfields at Curtin in Lindsey. So Lost, if you go on our YouTube channel, Lost Airfields, and just put Curtin in Lindsey, and it will tell you all about the Eagle Squadrons and their and who they are today, because they're still flying today in the form of the 4th Fighter Wing. How amazing is that, to even have 250 brave men? And they entered in the height of the, you know, in the height of the Battle of Britain as well, and one of them actually flew the Battle of Britain memorial flights AB910. I know, we've covered that, and managed to get an aerial victory. So it was one of the Eagle Squadrons that actually got that. It's an amazing story. I love stories like this, and I hope you do too. And it's something that I wish, you know, it was taught more. But hey, you know, I'll do it through this. I'll do it through the channel. You know, I'll do it through our channel. But do check it out. If you, I mean, I'm just trying to see if I can just type in Eagle Squadron. Will it work if you go onto our videos? Yeah, I mean, it's Lost. For those that don't know, it's Lost Episodes, episode 18, for those that like to know. It is, honestly, it's remarkable. And I've mentioned this before, you know, before the attacks on Pearl Harbor, the United States was neutral, and during the Second World War, but yet there were American citizens that wanted to fight for freedom. They knew it was coming, but when? It was, you know, something that they would turn on their radios and think, how long is it going to be? And, you know, some went through the lengths of joining the Canadian Air Force as well, learning to fly, also finding their way to Britain, and they joined the Royal Air Force. And as I said, it was illegal for American citizens to do this, to join a foreign air force or any armed forces, you know, and there were thousands of Americans still found a way to do so. I got to a number of around 250 that wanted to join the Royal Air Force, and it was a man named Charles Sweeney, the nephew of American mercenary Colonel Charles Sweeney, who went to the Air Ministry with the idea of forming an all-American RAF squadron, and it was in July 1940 gave birth to the Eagle Squadrons. The first squadron was 71 Squadron, who formed on 19th of September 1940, and that, as I said, it was the height of the Battle of Britain. Pilots included the already serving Americans such as Arthur Art Donahue and Philip Zekrom. Their first aircraft was the Miles Master during their training until converting to the Hawker Hurricane. The squadron became operational on the 5th of Feb 1941 and operating from RAF Curtin in Lindsey, which is why I went there to kind of start off their history. They changed from the Hurricane to the Supermarine Spitfire with this, and took in the operations over Europe. 2 more Eagle Squadrons formed, so 71 was the first, then 121 and 133. So there were a total of 3 Eagle Squadrons in the following months of that year. But there was going to be a problem. It was a long-term, you know, as I mentioned, the friendly invasion. Although they found a way around the American law, the United States had officially entered the Second World War, and the United States Army Air Force started to arrive in England. Now, after the attacks on Pearl Harbor, the pilots of the Eagle Squadrons wanted to fight against Imperial Japan, but this proposal was turned down. Now, with the arrival of the Mighty 8th in England, the crew of the Eagle Squadrons were transferred to their native country with the United States Army Air Force, the 8th Air Force, and allocated to the 4th Fighter Group. And that happened on the 29th of September 42. The American airmen of the Eagle squadrons were pardoned by the US government, and the squadrons were allocated to the 4 fighter group. 71 squadron became the 334th, 121 became the 335th, and 133 became the 336. Of the 250 original, only the 4 were from the beginning. Don Gentile of 133 Squadron was one of the originals, dubbed as the one-man Air Force, with a top ace score. Ended up with 21.83 aerial victories. Dwayne Beeson with 17.33, James A. Goodson with 15, and Donald Blakesley, a legend, another original, who finished the war with 14.5 aerial victories. They were allowed to wear their Eagle Squadron's insignia on the United States Army Air Force uniform. Ranks also had to be thought about as well, and they kind of, compared them, gave them like for like. So, for example, a flight lieutenant became a captain, and a wing commander became lieutenant colonel. The 12 Eagle pilots had DFCs. One of them flew AB910, which I love saying that story because they got an aerial victory from that. One had a DSO. With the experience, it was decided to spread such experience with the United States Army Air Force fighter groups, but the squadrons wanted to stay together, and the renaming began. The 4th fighter group operated out of RAF Debden, and they were given the task of looking after the 2nd Air Division, so mainly B-24s. They had become a top-scoring Allied fighter group in the war, 583 aerial victories and around. The 4th fighter group are today's 4th fighter wing that operate out of Seymour Johnson, operating the F-15E. It's just fascinating to give you that story. Do check it out if you want to see the story of Ted's version. Then episode 18, Lost Airfields, Eagle Squadrons. It is just, I just find stuff like that fascinating. Which is why I always say that the likes of RAF Lakenheath isn't a really important one. It's what's left and what remains and still fighting. Oi, oi! Big shout out to them. We've also got Bottisham of the 361st Fighter Group. Wattisham was also a fighter group with 479. Debden with the 4th, as we mentioned. Also Boxted as well, which had the 56th Fighter Group. So those fighter groups named and numbered were the ones looking after the 2nd Air Division. Maybe I should give talks. You can probably see me as a volunteer, right, in Duxford or something, but hey, don't worry, I'll try and work on my own Ted Coningsby Heritage Centre. What do you reckon?
That's too heavy. Just to verify, you're going to be a part of the flight soon enough.
One of a fascinating name that I did come across was, well, at the time, squadron leader, a South African born squadron leader, Marmaduke Pattle. A name which you may not know, but you may not know this, but he was the Royal Air Force's top scorer. The most aerial victories, over 50. And he's a type where you would have heard with many Royal Air Force pilots failed on their first time but kept going, lied about his age, I believe, by a year or two maybe, but he was lost in his hurricane over the Aegean, over the Battle of Greece, and he's listed as MIA. Another legend that I came across was Brendan Finucane, the Shamrock Spitfire. As well, loads of legends, and of course you've got Douglas Bader. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm on about with that one. I love his quote as well, because he did get injured when he was shot down, and he said, if Douglas Bader can fly with no legs, I'm sure I can fly with one. Amazing story. Yeah, he was a bit of a legend, born in 1914, Pat. He was South African born. He served with 80 and 33 Squadron. Flew with Roald Dahl as well in Africa. He had lots of Gloucester Gladiator kills as well. He claimed many Italian aircraft. 15 of the Italian 26 were from the Gladiators, and the rest, around 35 at least. It is claimed at least. It's a bit of an interesting one, that one with Pat, but there are 50 confirmed, and it's debatable for the rest of them. but he did go to a flying school at Prestwick with the Scottish Aviation Limited. Flew the de Havilland Tiger Moth. Clear to land, so it's not far. I can just about see it now through the haze. Davy, not that type of haze. Ah, good old Thatcher's haze.
Going eastbound is a helicopter at 800 feet, will remain south of the field. 7-1, we're looking at. You're 11 o'clock, roughly 8 miles, there appears to be going now south to south.
RS, the tail code for Ramstein Air Base in Germany, the HQ for the 3rd Air Force, the HQ for Usaf. Always a pleasure for a C-130 on our screens. Cool. The Brize Bingo Mildenhall edition. Don't forget to download your bingo cards. The inaugural game brought to you by the Ted Coningsby channel, founded from Brize Norton, Brize Bingo. And this is the Mildenhall edition. The rules are simple. If it's an aircraft, it must be airborne, with a landing, taking off, low approach. It's got to be in the air. Although, if you do see a rabbit in the air, you will win. You can win the whole game, because they shouldn't really fly. If we do capture a flying rabbit or a hare, then you will win the whole game just like that. It's a new rule. It's just come out. So if you've got C-130, then this will count. I think visiting aircraft is on there as well. So this is a visiting aircraft. You'll also get a credit for that one. So visiting aircraft, C-130, if it's on there, that's great. A size difference. Look at this. Hello. And yet it's quite close to it yet. It's amazing, isn't it? Love shots like that. Well, the parking is looking pretty busy now, isn't it? Look at that. So Wind Safety, the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, just doing their checks. So we could see departing aircraft very shortly, hopefully. That's starting up. Sounds like something's starting up there now. Sounds like a KC-135 is just starting up. Sounds good. Sounds very good. Right, so we've got a KC-135 pinging and sounding good. How we doing, ladies, gents? Teddy Bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We've got this KC-135 booted up with the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron of the 100th Air Refeuling Wing. Their very first operational aircraft, another heavy which was famous of the 8th Air Force, was indeed the B-17, their first ever operational aircraft. B-17 from Thorpe Abbott's near here. Thorpe Abbott's built in 1942. The 100th arrived in 1943. In June. Oh yeah. And it was in June on the 25th, 1943, that the 100th flew their first ever mission to bomb U-boats yards at Bremen. It didn't go very well on their first day, losing 3 B-17s, 30 crew members gone, and the legacy of the bloody 100th began. With a few spells in England here and there, Brize Norton through the Cold War. They arrived at Mildenhall in February of 1992. The 351st was activated as an air refueling squadron in March 1992. So we'll see that in just a moment. We'll see you on the other side. Some sharp light today, unfortunately, but hey, we'll do our best. There we go. So we'll just we'll catch up with that in just a moment. But it was a B-17 Flying Fortress, which was their first ever operational aircraft. Beautiful. And the Square D, along with some of the nose art from the original B-17s, are still been drawn today and still flying. It's quite an honor to have that, you know. It's a real special thing to see. Really good.
Roger, rate 51 instruct. Control.
Beautiful. KC-135 still living that legacy, you know. It's based on the Boeing 367 prototype along with the Boeing 707, which is what it was literally from, but it has a narrower fuselage and shorter than the Boeing 707. It's been in service since time began. First flight was 31st of August 56, which was introduced a year later, and it was literally created to give the support to replace the KC-97 Strato freighter, which is another legend of its own kind, but it was to, and it already proved itself in the Vietnam War, the Operation Desert Storm. It's been literally the gas station and the endurance workhorse of the skies for the United States, definitely, without shadow of a doubt. And those beautiful, beautiful CFM, there's 4 of them, 4 CFM International F-108s, punching out 21,600 pounds of thrust each. Just shy of Mach 1 at Mach 0.9, 580 miles per hour. It's certainly shift with a range of 1,300 nautical miles. It's got a lot of fuel that it can take as well, with its service ceiling of 50,000 pounds. It's got a fuel capacity of 200,000 pounds. That's 90,000 tons. That is magic. So it's just taxiing now. Here we go. Alright, I'll just get into position. This should be good. Alright, Daz. How you doing, man?
Oh, hey.
Surprised to see you here.
Yeah, thought I'll come down.
Why not? It's a nice day for it.
It takes me to be a scorcher, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Look how many there are. It's like Heathrow Airport. There's more power here than Grogu and Yoda put together. Look at it all. Look at it. Hello. Hello. It's pretty amazing. There's just stuff everywhere. I love it. Be nice to see them all depart, but hey, you know how it is. Amazing. 200,000 pounds of gas to distribute. That's 90,000 kilos, so what, 90 tons? Pretty amazing, isn't it, really? let me just move over here a minute. And it can be configured with the, I think it's the Mark 82 refueling pods for drogue and probe assistance. Of course, some can have a boomstick at the back along with the pods on the wings, but it can also have a drogue on the tail as well instead of. Here we go. Beautiful. Off she goes. Beautiful. There we go. So what else are we going to get? So we've had one departure, one arrival, and two low approaches, and two A-10s in the background. Not a bad day, really, is it?
band control copies, so you don't need any assistance from us. You're all set. Thank you.
Paul Burrows, oi oi to you, how you doing? So we've got another departure coming up now, another KC-135. Now this one is not a 100th. Lovely shape, beautiful. Heavyweight action, big iron action here. Beautiful. Doing the runway checks. good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you're all enjoying the day. Not been a bad day. 2 departures, 1 arrival, 2 low approaches, and 2 A10s in the distance. Not a bad day.
You alright then, Nikos?
Hiya, mate. You alright, yeah? Good.
It's just time I've been down here.
Ah, cool.
Some big ones, isn't there?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Came at the right time.
There's some beauty. That's the top at 7 o'clock this morning. So it is a long drive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit. But it's all good. Right. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Nice to see the KC-135s as well. Dee-dee-dee. So I think that's still the C-130 that's still running its engine that you can hear in the background. That's my guess anyway. I think that's it. I think that's the one. Yeah, how we doing, ladies, sheds, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Goodness me, just trying to stay chilled. Yeah, it's always nice for locals to come and see us, absolutely. It's always good.
Control airspace, direct Parkway at 180 for 856.
So there's our famous Square D. I can't show you one on a KC-135 at the moment. But, there's the famous Square D, and for those that don't know, that is the only Second World War markings still flying operationally. And that square can tell you many things as well. Now, just quickly before I begin, the Mildenhall Tower, although it is manned, it's actually all done, the skies that is, and the traffic for Mildenhall, all the departures and arrivals are actually all done by Lakenheath's tower, which is called RAPCON. Now, although Mildenhall is a 24/7 station, with Lakenheath being close by, it is actually the Lakenheath's RAPCON, so Lakenheath Tower, that actually managed the 60-mile radius. The military aerodrome traffic zone is actually combined to what's called a CMATS. Because of the MATS, as it's called, it's a 5-mile radius from any aerodrome. They actually overlap, so they call it a CMATS. Now, it is manned here at Mildenhall to deal with the sort of ground runs, the departure details of where they're going, any exercise details, mission details, that kind of thing. But the actual air traffic control is all done at Lakenheath. Now, on the KC-135s operating by the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, they will fly the Square D. They've had a bit of a new bit of paintwork on some of them, with the station crest, the station insignia, which you'll find is the same as Lakenheath, Kirk Newton, oh yes, Greenham Pond, and Upper Hayford, if I remember correctly, and a couple of others, and that's because of Support Command. The only difference is the name around in the blue orb, in the blue orbital. So that's the difference. So it'll be a Greek Ionian pillar with an eagle on top with a crown around it. If you can envisage that. We haven't got one to show you, unfortunately. I do have a book on that. So they'll have that on the KC-135s on the port side. You'll also have the... Sounds like we've got another departure. So I'll give you a bit of details on the give you a bit of history on the Square D in just a moment, and how the 8th Air Force, the 9th Air Force had their own version, especially with naming. For example, the Troop Carrier Command, they had commands instead of divisions, if that makes sense. So they divided it into commands, whereas the mighty 8th had divisions, which I will go into detail a little bit more in just a second. And we'll catch this departure coming up. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Obi-Wan, Raven, Michael Woodringe, Julianne, Blocks, Margot. Waiting for the, I think it's another KC-135 as well. It is indeed. The 4 squadrons of the 100th are, well, sorry, start again. The 4 original squadrons, that's better, of the 100th are still operational today. But one of the original, the 351st, is the only one here. The 349th. They're a unit of the 22nd Air Refeuling Wing at the McConnell Air Force Base in Kansas. The 350th, they're a unit again with the 22nd Air Refueling Wing at McConnell Air Force Base in Kansas as well. So the 349th and the 350th together. The 418th, they're actually a flight test squadron. They're assigned to the 412th Operations Group. Not usual that you find them all split up like that. I've not come across many. I'm not saying that they don't, but very interesting to see them do that. Okay, here we go, our third KC-135 of the day. Nice. It right on the refueling aircraft. Underneath there is a, right in the middle, underneath on the fuselage in the center, there's a long yellow line, and it's literally a guideline to assist in air-to-air refueling, to give a reference point to the center line of refueling. So you may catch that. Just love that iconic shape of the KC-135 Stratotanker. Look at it from this, even as a silhouette. It's just a classic beauty. It's got the refueling pods on the wings. CFM International F108s with 21,600 pounds of thrust each. Basically, it's just over 2 Typhoons on each wing. And it's got the refueling probes for drogue and probe. Our biggest, the Mark 82s. Tons of fuel. That's 200,000 pounds of fuel for assisting the aircraft for endurance, both NATO and RAF and United States Air Force. Sorry, I got that a little bit my grammar wasn't great there. Serves both RAF and United States Air Forces, and along with, that's what I was supposed to say, along with NATO allied aircraft. Now, what else are we going to get? It's been certainly quite happening now, isn't it? The C-130 is still running. I wonder if it's going to have a bit of a gas a go. Shed steady bears, hope we're all good and well. So yes, organisation, and a good book to read about the organisation from a navigator from the 418th Bomb Squadron of the 100th Bomb Group. It's a really good book by Frank Murphy called Luck of the Draw. Really, really amazing.
Right turn 020, 351.
Yeah, really amazing legacy. Who the airmen ended up at Thorpe Abbott's, called Station 139. If you want to know the reasons behind the United States Army Air Forces giving them names, numbers instead of the names, it's for 2 main reasons. One, which you'll probably spot, I'm not the best at pronunciation. So it was decided that to avoid any confusion with pronunciations, and imagine the scenario of an airman and a pilot giving the wrong name, making it sound like somewhere else, could cause a few issues. So Station 139. They did have airfield codes as well. TA was Thorpe Abbott's, but the other thing as well was for a security side of things as well, a bit like the RAF scrubbing out the squadron numbers on the side of their aircraft just prior to the Second World War. They used to have literally 115, squadron had 115 written on the side. So it's a bit like that, and also from the administrative point of view as well. Those were really the reasons behind it. So 1, pronunciation, 2, security, and 4, administrative purposes. I've heard airmen, even myself, you know, I'm born here, still get things wrong, and maybe in my defence they're written wrong. Hey, how about that? I'm going to defend myself here and say that perhaps they are actually written wrong, and we're all pronouncing it correct. I may have offended 50% of the population of Britain, but I do apologise, because some things are just not spelt the way they're written, right? They're not, or the way they're said. Is that in my defence? Is that a good defence? There we go, trying to dig myself. But it's true. What's that? Is it Winderman? But it's Wyndham. You know, stuff like that. And Thurley, that's a good one. Even though Buckfastly. And, you know, whatever, whichever. But there you go. But that is a perfect reason for it. To avoid that as well, with that in mind. Now, the 100th Bomb Group, again, just before the outbreak of the war, there were many training units, reserve, a lot of people enlisted, a lot of youngsters, a lot of young men just enlisted. Again, have a read of Frank Murphy's book, Luck of the Draw. He didn't wait around for that call, he didn't wait around for that letter, he just thought, do you know what? Instead of just, you know, living on edge of whether I'm going to get this letter or not to, you know, conscribe, he enlisted. He just went in. And I've actually got, I'm quite proud, I've got an enlisted command pilot badge from the war as well. So I'm very proud. I'll show you that if I remember in just a moment. But again, a lot of these units, you know, prior to the Pearl Harbor attacks, United States were neutral. And, you know, it's just one of those build-ups to all these training units, but things didn't look good. So if you remember, 15th of January 1941, the first aviation objectives, an activation of 54 units in place. That was the start to everything, and a reorg and trying to come up with a form of structure. So it's really important. And the 100th, again, you know, they all started out with their training and then assigned to operational duties. So you've got to remember that. And for the likes of the 100th, on the 1st of June 1942, the 100th Bomb Group Heavy, in brackets H, which you may have spotted, they were assigned to number 3 Bomber Command. The group remained unmanned until the 27th of October, number 42. Now, if you remember, number 3 of Bomber Command today is today's 3rd Air Force. So isn't that just interesting? So the 100th were actually part of the 3 Bomber Command, which is the 3rd Air Force. And guess what? The 3rd Air Force today is the HQ for the United States Air Force in Europe. Isn't that just cool? Sorry, some of you are a little bit, you know, thrown by it all, but the 3rd Air Force have 10 units. One of them is the 48th Fighter Wing, and one of them is, and another one of the 8th is, they have 10 units. One of them is the 48th Fighter Wing, another one is the 100th, the other one is the 501st Combat Support Wing, 31st Fighter Wing at Aviano, and a few others. The Heavy Airlift Wing as well in Papa. There's just a few to name, but I won't go into too much. But the group remained unmanned until the 27th of October 1942. And then a lot of the echelons started to fly out, the officers, and that was, as it was dubbed, the friendly invasion. In 1942, you started to have all these bomb groups arrive, and there was a lot of organisation. And it was on New Year's Day 1943, members of the group were assigned at the time to 2 bases. The 100th Bomb Group didn't arrive to England until 1943. It was actually on May 27th, 1943 that the ground personnel set sail aboard the RMS Queen Elizabeth. Lots of famous airmen and other brave airmen would have been on there as well. The Queen Elizabeth, the Ile-de-France, another one. They arrived at Poddington, England from New York, but their station was to be RAF Thorpe Abbots, and on the 25th of June 1943 the 100th for its first ever 8th Air Force combat mission. So they changed Air Force, went to the 8th, and it was the start of what was to be dubbed as the Bloody 100th, because that raid on U-boat yards in Bremen didn't go very well. The clouds and the weather wasn't brilliant, and they lost 3 B-17s. 30 airmen lost on their first ever combat mission. Let's have a look at what was going on at the structure and why am I focusing in on that. Let's have a quick look. So I want you to understand a little bit more for those that don't know. So B-17s were their aircraft, and I'll just show you if I can without losing my arm. And let me see if I can do it this way. So the organisation. Now it's a little bit bright. Is that any better? Ah, that's better if I do it this way and brighten it up that way. Okay, this is the 8th Air Force, okay? A little bit different to the 9th. They had their own structure, all right? But I want you to have a look at this and just have a little bit of attention, because you'll notice there's a triangle. You'll notice there's a H and a D. Now there were various letters to go with this, and I'll explain in just a moment. I've picked them at random, okay, for now. All right, this is the 8th Bomber Command. They had different names. There was also the United States Strategic Air Force in Europe. There was all sorts of different names, but let's just call them the Mighty 8th, or 8th Bomber Command, because that's what the 8th Air Force was called before. It was called 8th Bomber Command, just like the 3rd Air Force. They were called 3rd Bomber Command, okay? What the 8th did, they divided into 3 divisions, okay? Does that make sense so far? So the 8th Air Force had 3 divisions. The 9th Air Force had their own. I will draw that up for you so you can understand it. They didn't call them divisions, they called them commands, okay? Like the Troop Carrier Command, and there was also a Fighter Command as well, okay? But let's just concentrate on the 8th, okay? Now, they had 3 divisions, and their 3 divisions were denominated by shapes. That's what the shapes meant, okay? Triangle was the 1st Air Division. Circle was the 2nd, square was the 3rd. So that tells you now, you know straight away that the 100th were part of the 3rd Air Division. Does that make sense? If we break those divisions down, in those 3 divisions, there was 12 to 15 bomb wings inside of all those divisions, okay? So we can count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I will show you something else. There were some special ones as well, but let's just say 12 to 15. In the 3 divisions, there were a total of 35 to 45 bomb groups. In those groups, there were a total of 140 to 180 bomb squadrons. If you want to break that down, that's 2,500 to 3.2k aircraft. And if you want to break down and just do it 10 crewmen per aircraft, that's about 25,000 to 32,000. These are the wings. I've done the wings for you here, all right? They're not going to be the wings that you may know of, but here they are. So in the 3rd Air Division, the 3rd Air Division had the 13th, 45th, the 4th Wing, and the 93rd Wing, all right? Ignore the letters for now, just in case you think the square D meant all these wings, okay? I just put them there for reference. Maybe I shouldn't have. Are you with me so far? Do you need me to go through that? So ignore the letters for now, but the shapes are what you need to know, okay? The shapes are what you need to know. I've put these letters just for convenience. Shall we have a little look at what's going on here? Okay, here we go. Now, I've done this just for you. I've broken them down. Okay, so I've done them in their wings. Remember that if we roll back, okay, the 1st Air Division had the 1st, 40th, 41st, and the 94th Wing, okay? And here are the wings, okay? I've actually categorized them. So the 1st Wing had the 91st, 381st, and the 398th bomb groups, okay? And I've actually put you down the squadrons as well. So these here are the squadrons. In the bold are the groups. Does that make sense? So let's pick on that one. The 379th Bomb Group, because they were part of the 1st Air Division, it was triangle. So these are all the 1st Air Division squadrons and groups, okay? So so now you know the triangle means the 1st Air Division. Now what you may not know is that they were part of the 41st Wing, these 3 bomb groups here, all right? The 379th Bomb Group had the 524th, 525th, 526th, 527th. Sounds great. Look at this one here, the 384th, which I've covered at Grafton Underwood. The 384th had 544, 550, 545th, 546 and 547. Can you see they're going up numerically? And then you've got the yellow ones that I've done for you. It's all going well, 322, 323, 324, and you'd think it would be 325, but no, it goes 401st. This one here, 325, 326, 327, and oh, what's going on here, 407th. I will come back to this when I've told you about all three divisions. Is that all right? So same again, there, and there. They weren't numerical, all right? This one was 748, 749, 750, 751st. There is a reason, and I'm going to show you in a moment. I didn't get around to finishing all the squadrons on this one, but here are the 2nd Air Division, okay? These two were not allocated to a wing, they were specials, okay, these two here. They had their own jobs to do, which is why I put 12 to 15 wings, okay? They had their own little specials, which I'll go into detail. Carpet baggers, that kind of thing, yeah, the special ops, but I'll show you in a moment. The 20th wing had 3 bomb groups. So the 93rd bomb group with the circle B. So the 2nd Air Division all had circles, okay? And these are all the letters. The 93rd, I've picked on it because it goes 328, 329, 330, and then, oh, it's not 330, it's 409. I will tell you in a moment, just hang in there. And then finally, the 3rd Air Division, okay, which is where the 100th were. So the 3rd Air Division, see if you can spot it, it's there, okay? Now you know they were part of the 13th wing, okay? You will also notice they weren't a wing at the time, which they are today. They changed, but I'll show you that in a minute. So the 100th bomb group, they had the D. Basically, the letter meant which number, but they didn't want to write the number. They didn't want to write 388 on there. It would give it away who they were. So the 100th had a D instead of 100 because you just didn't want them knowing who you were. Again, you'll see this, in the yellow, it means it went out of shape with numerical order. I'm going to tell you why. Do you remember from Lakenheath, I said to you about the 492nd, 493rd, 494th and the 495th? What happened to the 495th in 1944 in March? They moved. Why? Because they were going to structure to have 3 squadrons in a fighter group, okay, hear me out, and 3 for bomb groups. When they moved, because the 48th were a bomb group, they moved, okay, because they were going to have 3 per group. They moved because they had 4 squadrons. They moved them, but then they changed their minds, okay, which is why you have a random 400th. So if you think about it, the 48th were a bomb group. If they stayed a bomb group, okay, they would have had 492, 493, 494, and then a random one probably. But certainly the 407th did. Does that make sense so far? Basically, they changed their mind and changed it again, all right? And then they had to bring them back. So, but sadly, the 495th became inactive. So what I'm saying is that 495th could have been allocated to any of these if it stayed a bomb group. So they had 4 in numerical order, changed their mind to having 3, moved them, and when they went to move them back, they were already gone. But some were lucky, became bomb squadrons, and were just randomly allocated, which is why it goes out of sync. But later groups, they were fine because they managed to have the squadrons allocated at the time of changing back to having 4 bomb squadrons per group. Okay, so that's the reasons why. All right, does that make sense? And here is another one that you may not know, okay? What is going on here? 91, 92, 300, you got 300s, you've kind of got the gist of that. So have a look at the other numbers, okay? 44, 93, 466, these are bomb groups, 445th, 453rd. I want to show you something really cool, by the way, really quickly. 95, 96, 94, there's the 100, 388. But where is the 101st bomb group? Where is the 120th bomb group? Where is the 200th bomb group? Where is the 292nd bomb group? I'm making these numbers up, by the way. Where is the 300th? Oh wait, we have a 301st. Where are the ones in the middle? And do you know why? You know when we get a KC-135 from somewhere else, let's say from, I don't know where, Kansas, I don't know, I'm making this up, right? Have you noticed the Air National Guards are all 100 and something? The reserves and National Guards groups were given numbers 101 to 300, which is why the operational bomb groups didn't have 101 to 300. Okay, it skipped. It went from the 100th bomb group to the 301st. Does that make sense? Which is why you'll see a KC-135 of an Air National Guard, and it'll be the 124th, the 182nd. Does that make sense? It's pretty cool, isn't it? So those numbers were allocated to Air National Guard and reserves, and that is why. Now let's dig a little bit deeper. Going deeper underground. Right, look at this. So now we know that's the 1st, 2nd and the 3rd Air Divisions. The fighter groups were allocated to wings, and each wing looked after a bomb group, a division, sorry, got to remember that. So the 67th Fighter Wing were looking after the 1st Air Division, the 65th Fighter Wing were looking after the 2nd, the 66th were looking after the 3rd. And these are the fighter groups that were looking after, did a bit of an error there. In blue biro, I did the fighter squadrons and then the groups. Does that make sense? Sorry about that. So, the 100th bomb group, they were part of the 3rd Air Division. They were looked after by the 66th Fighter Wing, and here are the groups and the squadrons. So the 339th had these squadrons. So now you can see, look at this, so the fighter groups had the 3 squadrons. So that's why Lakenheath's 48th had the 3 squadrons, because they were going to become a fighter group and not a bomb group, which switched to, okay, does that make sense? Because the 48th were a bomb group. They were actually a bombardment group, but they switched and changed them to a fighter group, and they only had three fighter squadrons per group. All right. I've also, oh yeah, here is a fun thing. There was also specials which I homed in, the special secret squadrons, the carpetbaggers of the 406 Bomb Squadron, the OSS, the Gremlins doing the electronic warfare and jamming, the RCM. The 36 were known as the Gremlins. The Reconnaissance Squadrons, now these of the 25th Bomb Group, they were flying Mosquitoes, Red Tails, they were called. I think it was the 653rd and the 654th that were actually flying Mosquitoes. I know, right? Mosquitoes. The Mighty 8th even had a Pathfinder force. So this is where the extra wings came from, all right? Because I said 12 to 15. You can add these as a separate special wing. So there was a Pathfinder wing. The 482nd took care of that, all right? And that was their squadrons. So I hope this is all making sense. This is a little bit about the markings. So you're on the tail, you put the division and the letter, and then the flight itself, and then you got the serial number as well. I hope that makes sense. There were squadron codes as well. So Echo Papa was the markings for the 351st. I hope all that makes sense anyway, and that's a little bit about history about the insignia and the star. All right, I'm gonna have a look if you got any questions, just in case that didn't make any sense. All right, I'm gonna go on right now in case you got any questions. If you've got any questions about what I just said about the organisation, then do let me know. Let's have a look. I'm just going to have a look. If you've already put it in, I wouldn't have seen it. So if you've got any questions, will this be on the test? Well, if you want to. The only way you're going to remember those letters is just literally, you got to remember them. There is no, it was all done cryptic. It wasn't like, oh, the D meant 100. It did, but it didn't mean a D in another division, by the way. Melanie and Max, thank you. Yeah, I love doing it. It's a passion of mine. I don't know why. I love it. I love it. I don't know why. I do that. I don't know why. I really don't. Square D. Let's have a look at the D somewhere else. Is there another D? Yeah, look. Here's another one for you. So if you put the D on the 2nd Air Division, that circle there, it's the 392nd. So it didn't mean the 100th anywhere else. You just have to remember them, because that's the way it is. It's military. Can't be easy, can it? Yeah, let me know if you got any questions about that. I'll be happy to answer them. Brent. thanks. You can hear in your voice how much you love it. I do. I really love it. It's the passion for it. Yeah, man. And you know, at the end of the day, it's not easy doing well, I guess it's a lot easier for me now, but it's not easy to commentate and film at the same time, trust me. Everything is all going on, and especially when I'm trying to concentrate on filming and to commentate. You know, you go to air shows, the commentator is not filming, as far as I know anyway, but I can do both, it's fine, but it's not easy. For many things as well. Yeah, you do say things wrong, whether you didn't know it and misinformation or just said it wrong. I think I said something about 90,000 tons or something, but no, I meant 90 tons. It's stuff like that, and I only realise after I've said it. I'm like, oh well, better say that one back. But you know. But yeah, I love all the research that goes behind it. Just making sure you get all the right info and things like that. Just making sure you're all good. Always MDK 3192, thank you very much. Craig, I think you make a good teacher. Well, it was one of the things I always wanted to do, but I found something that I could use in a passive kind of way in some ways, teaching but doing it live. Philip Davis, thank you very much. Thank you. I do try my best to explain it. Sometimes I do go on a mission, but yeah. So a lot of the lost airfields that I do, so if you don't know this, I do historical videos as well, and it's called Lost Airfield. So I'll pick a station that once was and just bring it back to life with a bit of history. And the amount of stuff I learn myself from making it, really exciting. I really love that. It's just, I only found out that the US Air Force had a Pathfinder force. I had no idea, and that was only a few months ago, mind. That's how new that bit of information. I was so excited. I had to message Davey and tell him, look, there's mosquitoes here called the red tails. Did you know this? And we're like, whoa. I know. Just getting excited about simple things like that. I love it, I do, and it is, and I love it when there's like some sort of reason behind certain things as well, like why it's done that way. But there we go. When is your first episode on Discovery Channel? Yeah, it's kind of funny because I saw some of my earlier lost airfields, and I do cringe a little bit. I'm like, oh no, I could have done a better job. But there was one where I thought, I've got to redo this one. It was King's Cliff, which is why it's got like a episode 0.2, like a 17. I think it's episode 17.2. I really got to a level where I was really comfortable with teaching the history at that point, and it's a way I wish I'd made the earlier episodes. Maybe it's a revisit, maybe in the point, but my only revisit was King's Cliff. I think it's because I got my own drone, and I was, you know, it was a bit more freedom in the fact that I wanted the type of shots. I mean, I had no idea. I was a bit scared to fly a drone, to be honest, but But yeah, it's okay, it's fine. If you do it correctly and legally and properly, you'll be fine. The other issues as well is where to step, where to walk, and sometimes, you know, I know you don't want to be intrusive and annoying, but sometimes just making that little effort and, you know, just have the expectance of hearing a no. But sometimes if you go out your way just a little bit and asking for I'll rephrase that because it sounds like I'm not asking permission. What I'm saying is that you know your boundaries and you can't walk on certain land. I get that. But if you make an inquiry to see if you can go on that land, and actually what I'm saying is get permission, that's fine. And yeah, I don't walk anywhere where I'm not allowed. But what I'm saying is that if you just make that little bit of extra digging to try to see if you can find the owner, okay, which is really hard, by the way, it's very hard. But if you can, like I did with the War Boys, I got permission with the drone, a little bit more extra access, which was amazing, all because I made the call. Upward again, there is a gliding school. I made the phone call to see it was okay to fly the drone, and I got a bit more extra access. So it's just little things like that, which is pretty cool. Debbie Solkin, how you doing? Davey, Mayhem. Whew, it's certainly a warm one now, so I'll think about finishing up in a moment. The C-130 is still running. Hiya, you alright? How's it going? You alright? Good, thank you. So, was that hot, was it? Yeah. Cool. No.
supposed to be coming at 6:30.
What, tonight? Oh, I'll be in bed by then.
Haven't really heard anything.
No, I haven't heard anything, but I'll see. I don't know, I haven't heard anything about that.
Well, that lad over there.
No, I haven't heard anything.
Yes, he was talking.
All right. Oh, well, I've not heard anything about that, so not saying it's not true, but
I got put my right hand in it, Marlon.
yeah, that's good. That'll be all right, isn't it? Just wondering if there's another one going out by the sound of it.
Yeah, he just said he was going to work. I wanted three guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it did, didn't it? It used to have it, but I think they've taken it off now. Well, I'll keep an eye out on that one. If it's true, I might as well just make a day out of it here then. Yeah. Yeah. All right, no worries. Yeah, it will, wouldn't it? I'll be all right. Okay. Cool. Okay, mate, no worries. Well, thanks for that. Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's going to get a cup of tea.
I'll get that for you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was looking at the departure. There is one going out as well, so it's turning out to be quite a nice day with movement. Ooh, this one's got a bit of red eyeliner on this one. Wisconsin, what up? Yeah, look it up. So there you go, look. The 128th Air National Guard. Remember what we said earlier about the... That's a classic bus, that, isn't it? Very American. Might have overdone the exposure there. Sorry? Yeah, if you go down here, it's Trap 1, it's called, in that building. Yeah, if you just follow the little path, and then look in the left, there's toilets. It's the one on the left, it's called Trap 1. this came in quite stealthy, didn't it? cool.
What are you doing to your wrist?
Sorry, I just probably sprained it, but I'll see. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. at the moment. Right, and we'll be right back. Just going to go and get Teddy.
You going to need more patches?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think so. with it, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I'll do it later if you want.
Yeah.
No, what I was just going to tell you, you know that sail I wrote, yeah?
Sorry, the show. Yeah.
We put them spearhead patches on,
Right, yeah.
on here, the brown ones, and the take on the fighter squadron, put them on the sleeve.
That'll be alright. Oh, I see, yeah, put them on the sleeve.
Yeah, put them on the sleeve.
That's good.
But I looked at it the other day, and it looks alright.
Oh, that's alright, isn't it?
So I think that's what I might do.
Oh, good.
It's going to cost me about 10 or 12 patches, something like that, but
Oh, yeah.
that's not.
That'll be okay, isn't it?
Yeah. It looks alright. I've
Yeah.
tried them out.
Oh, good.
What's the biggest size?
Oh, there's loads, isn't there?
Yeah.
Gentle teddy bears, hope we're all good and well. Good way to end the show would be with one of these. I think this could be an option. Oh. Meanwhile, we're doing lady scented teddy bears. Loads of midges everywhere. They are really horrible. I don't know how many I've eaten. They're not very good because they just kind of stick to you, don't they? But we might get a CV-22, who knows? So I might have to finish up, Ted. It's really horrible out here now. Do you know what? It's not the heat, it's these bugs. It's really, really horrible. Midges. I just don't see the point in them, but there you go. Andrew Porter, a Guards March to you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Doncaster Lass as well. Thank you very much for your 36 months of membership. To quote Dame Margot, Wowzeroonie, 3 years. Thank you very much. Love your little avatar there. Ginger Bailey, thanks a lot for your 38 months membership. 38 fantastic months. Thanks Nikos, Ted, Spanners and everyone involved. Guards March to you. Thank you. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super as well. Guards March to you, thank you very much. Philip Davis, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March to you, thank you very much. Also got Hartmouth Thekman. Hartmut Thekman. It really doesn't help when the word is all one, unfortunately. We go with Hartmut Thekman. Oi oi from Harry in Germany. Thanks a lot, Hartmouth. Guards march to you. Wayne L. Goog1, 38 months membership. 38 months and plenty more to come. Let's ride. Thank you very much. Andrew Porter, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards march. Sylvia King with 28 months membership. Hi all. Hope you're staying cool. Margot, thank you very much for the super. Julie Beard, thanks for your 26 months membership. Wow, 26 months of great plane spotting, great friends, PCC family and TCS community. Thank you, Ted Nikos Spannerfly, for keeping things sweet and neat. Thanks a lot, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. Thanks a lot for the super. Josh Brize, wow, 2 years. Thanks a lot for your 24 months of membership. Margot, thanks a lot for the super chat. Like button, please. Thank you, everyone. Francis Waite, 765, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. Right, there's definitely the APU running over there, and a bit of flashy from the CV-22 Osprey. Sorry. Really? Sorry, getting a bit agitated here.
stop, somebody operate the red river.
bonjour ladies, gents and teddy bears, hope we're all good. I think the runway ops was suspended for a little bit, so that will have a delay on movement, unfortunately. God, it's absolutely scorching out here.
And set up for the power construction on spot.
Well, this sounds good. Engine start approved. The Osprey's going out. That's all good, isn't it? Awesome. So the CV-22 Osprey, the squadron that actually fly this is the 7 Special Operations Squadron. So the 7 Special Operations Squadron, which is a component of the 752nd Special Ops Group, which indeed is part of the 352nd Special Operations Wing. So you kind of have to break it down. They operate this, the CV-22 Osprey. Their history dates back to when they were the 27th Tactical Reconnaissance Squadron. They were assigned to the 3rd Air Force, which is the Air Force that runs USAF today, although the 7 Special Ops are run by AFSOC. They were assigned to the 3rd Air Force between July 1942 and November 1943, and their mission was to provide aerial support for the training ground forces. They then had a bit of a name change. They became the 167th Liaison Squadron, and the unit served in the European theatre with the 9th Air Force. Again, the 9th Air Force and the difference between the 8th Air Force. So 8th Air Force, the strategic bombing, the classic bombing of marshalling yards, U-boat pens, aircraft factories, ball bearing factories, where the 9th Air Force offered more of a support to the army, whether it be through troop command, so flying the C-47s, or whether it be their fighter groups, so giving close air support to the squadrons. So they were part of the 9th Air Force, and their mission was to fly courier flights with the Army Group HQ. During the Cold War, they were reactivated 1st of July 64. They became the 7th Air Commando Squadron. They were based in West Germany. The original cadre came from the Holbert Field, Florida in 1964 as Detachment 4, which we mentioned earlier today, being here. They were part of the 1st Air Commando Wing. The new squadron was equipped with the C-123s and 6 of the C-47s. They also operated the 2 U-10s, U for utility, for those that don't know what that means. And they were transferred to from USAF to the 17th Air Force as well. Major changes came their way. They started operating the MC-130, which replaced the C-123s, and of course the C-47s. They also spent, towards the end of the year, time when they moved to Ramstein Air Base in Germany, and USAF Special Order as well. They had a bit of a rename as well. They became the 7th Special Operations Squadron in the end, 7th SOS, which was effective on the 15th of July of 1968. So they've retained that name since then. They spent time flying combat Talon. They also spent time in Vietnam as well, training at Ramstein. They've been the core really of many of the special operations missions as well of AFSOC. So Combat Talon was a code name for the MC-130Es, and that's what that was, by the way, if you're wondering what that meant. They were relocated to Greece as well, operating their MC-130Es. And it was on the 22nd of May 1990 that the AFSOC, by the way, for those who don't know, stands for Air Force Special Operations Command, which was established as a major command with its HQ at Hulbert Field, Florida, which replaced the 23rd Air Force in the unit's chain of command. 15th of Jan 91, the unit deployed in support of the operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm as well, operating from Turkey. They supported the first operations of Provide Comfort, which was an airdrop over northern Iraq as well during 1991. They also spent time at Kadena Air Base, Okinawa, Japan as well. They were deployed there, spent time at the Philippines, and closer to home, towards the end of 91, they moved to RAF Alconbury, which sadly is no more. And the squadron were eventually to convert to the MC-130E Combat Talon 1 to the Combat Talon 2. So a bit of an upgrade for that particular aircraft that they were flying. Also spent time in missions over Bosnia-Herzegovina, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan. Historic missions. And on the 12th of January 95, the squadron moved to Mildenhall here, where the 352nd Special Operations Group consolidated all of its assigned forces, so they congregated them all together, which is why it's a bit of a mouthful when you say the 352nd Special Operations Group. But this all changed because they all became the 752nd Special Operations Group as well. So the 352nd Special Operations Wing, like I said, you break that down, then you've got the 752nd Special Operations Group. And They have other flying units. So you've got the 7 Special Operations Group who operate the CV-22 Osprey, which is this tilt rotor aircraft. You've got the 67th Special Operations Squadron. They fly the MC-130J Commando 2. You've also got the 321st Special Tactics Squadron and the 352nd Special Operations Support Squadron as well. The 67th Squadron also operate the C-146 Wolfhound as well. So lots to break down. So we've had quite a few things going on today. So we've had 2 F-35s doing low approaches, we've had 2 A-10s in the background, we've had what, three KC-135s, one KC-135 departures, 1 arrival from Wisconsin. We've had the C-130 come in and the C-130 go out, and we could have a possible CV-22 Osprey. So when you put it like that, it's been quite a good day. Nice variety and a mix. I'm wondering if I just heard runway ops suspended. Oh, here's a cool thing. I love this. When grey aircraft change colour, look at the difference between these two. Same paint, but just the way the sun works its magic. Look at that. She'll do a colour change. Half and half. Look at it. So should we just watch this change colour? Oh, they both change colour. Look at this. I don't know which one to put it on. I might stay here. This is so cool. This is why grey is so effective. They're the same colour paint, it's just the way the light is causing the different shades. Millennium Max, all aircraft do this, from Typhoons as well. They also can appear very dark. F-35s, F-15s, they can do the same as well. It's really cool. Here we go. Here we go. Ta-da! That's so cool. And now, if you look, hang on, if I'm quick enough, look at these two now, they've swapped. You've got to love that. I love this. I mean, that's just brilliant, isn't it? Oh, here we go. There was a cloud, and obviously depending on where you are, because you know, because of the curvature of the earth and all that kind of good stuff, you know. So when there's a cloud coming up, there is one eventually, I'll ping it back and just watch them change colour. It's well good, isn't it? So the first two CV-22 Ospreys, they have their covers on, so they won't be going anywhere. But the third one, so the furthest one, well, the runway ops have been suspended. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. But there was a cloud slowly approaching, which is looking like an upside-down Mytilene or Lesvos. Lesvos, a Greek island, locally known as Mytilene, which is the capital. But it's on its way, and just oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Time to ride. Oh. Kevy Howard, how you doing? Good timing. Yeah, as soon as, well, I don't think that cloud is going to make it, but as soon as it does, I'll swing it over to the C-17 and the KC-130, no, KC-46 actually, sorry, beg your pardon. There is a KC-46. In the meantime, enjoy this. Yeah. Tilt rotor time. So it's classed as a VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing. Can also do a conventional takeoff and landing as well. It is a tilt rotor. Could be used for transport, cargo, but this will get you out of trouble in hostile environments. Could turn into a plane. It's got the speed of a plane and the agility of a helicopter. So both combined. Not as big as blade rotor diameter as the Chinook. Sorry, I just lost my words there. Introduced on the 13th of June 2007, took its first flight 19th of March 1989. It was actually developed from the Bell XV-15 of the prototypes that was chosen to take on the role. Can take 24 troops, 3 to 4 crew. Length at 57 feet 4 inches. With a wingspan of 45 feet and 10 inch. The width is actually 84 feet, 6.8. That includes the rotors. Empty weight, 31,818 pounds. Now that's just £1,000 less than an F-35B. Can you actually, Adam, and believe that? Powered by 2 Rolls-Royce T406s, producing 6,150 horsepower, 316 miles per hour. Yeah. Could take a 4G limit, along with a -1G. It does have ammo on the ramp, an M240 machine gun, or even an M2 Browning, 50 cal. Rack 'em. You can also have a belly remote control one as well, actually, a 7.62. Right, I'll shut up now. So the Chinook rotor diameter is 60 feet, that's 18.3 meters. These are 11.61 meters, so that's 38 feet and 1 inch. So 7 meters more. So nearly double the size of the Chinook rotor blades, nearly. Yeah. DM Cinematics, well, all the best, and we're very proud that you've decided to not only be in the Air Cadets, but to actually go for it. Well, good for you, and we wish you all the best from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel, right? Oh, the cloud just missed the sun. Really wanted to show you that. Never mind, next up. The phenomenons. Here we go, it moves. Let me just get into position. Pretty cool, wasn't it? Very effortless takeoff, isn't it? As well at the back. So much heat haze now, isn't there, this time of year, unfortunately. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Oh, Dieter, good question. Do you know what? I'm going to do some maths. Okay, good question. The distance between propellers and fuselage is extremely close. Any idea how much? We can probably... Oh, hang on. Didn't realise it was coming back to say hello, but it is. But all you got to do, right, is take the width of the whole thing. Give me a second because I can work that out. And then you take away 60... No, hang on. Take away 96 feet, which is 38 and 38 feet. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I can work this out. I reckon it will be about 10 feet. So about 3 meters max between the I'll do it in meters for you as well. Let me, oh, goodness me, those midges are absolutely vile, man. Right, give me a second. I'm going to just get my calculator out.
I meant to phone you up last week actually.
Give me a sec, let me work this out. I can work it out for you. I've got, okay, so if, feet, and then you've got, give me a second, I'm just trying to work it out for you, hang on. So, sorry, 76 feet. Right, hang on. So, where are we? So, let me just do this quickly. So you've got 76 feet, and then I'll put it in meters for you as well, okay? 76 feet, and if you've got a width of 84, that's not a lot, is it? So that'll be 8 feet, so that's 8 feet gap, okay? So that is 8 feet 3, so it's about 2.5 meters, Dieter. It's about 2.5 meters. Just over 2.5 meters, mate. 2.6 meters, if that's all right.
Yeah, I was very thankful when I got to Mildenhall. So I explained this with Wood. So, you know, that gone up. A couple of Ospreys, a couple of A10s.
It wasn't a bad guess, 3 meters, was it? That was pretty good. Yeah, it is. So, so 2.6 is the total gap with that. So let's have a little look. Yeah. So each rotor is 1.3 meters, and then yeah. So each one is 1.3 meters. Okay. So it's a total gap of 2.6 meters, which is about right. Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? It's pretty easy. The way I did it, I had to convert it into meters though for you, but the diameter of the rotors, okay, the whole width of those are 11.61 meters, and then you've got the whole width, including the rotors, at 25.776 meters. So I just deducted it with that, but I did it in feet. Oh, I missed the so the sun's just gone in this tiny bit of cloud. I wanted to get it from the beginning, but here we go. Right. How are we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Just a bit of colour transformation here now. See if I can catch this F-15 there now. Right, well, Ted and I are going to think about finishing up. Well, I hope you've enjoyed today. It's certainly been a good one. Been awesome, hasn't it? Right, let's have a look at this ADSB, see if we got anything, any possibles. Well, it's been a superb day here at Mildenhall, and we're just going to probably finish up as it's really horrible out here now. And I'm covered in midges at the moment. Just get Ted, and thanks to all of those who's given us a super chat and gifted memberships as well, and super stickers. Thank you to those who support the channel that way as well. And Ted will give you a Guards March for that. Thank you so much to all of you who do that. There's Ted there now. And we've got Cass48, high five, welcome to the Posh Officers Club, a Guards March to you. Andrew Porter, thank you very much for your super chat, Guards March. Also Lynx Rainbird, high five, Paw Pub, thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships, a Guards March to you. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you so much for the super chat. Also Kevy Howard from Liverpool, member for 20 months there, far, hello. 20 months, oh yeah, good day to Spanner Crew, Nikos and Ted, thank you so much. Andrew Porter as well, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Alright, I think we're done, Teddy. I think we're all cooked, fried, spent and everything else. Wendy Loves Planes, thank you very much. Ian McCabe, Andrew Porter, Val Lissy, Margot, Bat and Purple, giving out the Teds. Dave Earl, thank you all so much, hope you've all enjoyed it. Right, Ted. Ted, hope you're alright, mate. Oh, he's gone. I think now's a good time to finish up for the day. It's baking hot. I'll find out if there's any exotics coming in later. I might hang around for a little bit, but for now I'll finish up and head on home. Right, I hope you've all enjoyed that. It's been pretty good. A little bit of different history for you today, talking about the structure and the 100th and how they evolved and how they became and came here. Pretty amazing stuff since 1992 February that the actual aircraft, the KC-135s, came here to Mildenhall and really changed everything around. That is a very sad looking windsock. Yeah, stay like that. Right, big shout out to Team Mildenhall. Thank you very much to all serving. Thank you so much to everyone as well. Thank you to our viewers and members. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'll see what we're going to do then later, because I hear things. So I'm going to be checking ADS-B. At least that way I can see if it's any exotics coming in later on. But man, it is proper baking now. It's probably safe to get off for the day now. Right, hope you enjoyed that. We may be back tomorrow. If not, it will be Friday. All right, so for the time being, it is. Thank you very much to all our members and viewers. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator, squadron leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at a very baking Mildenhall. So for the last time for today, maybe, see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too.
We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members-only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members-only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.